The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 22, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Boss to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Make us mindful, O Lord, of your presence in this place and in every corner of our lives. And if, in discovering you in our midst, we find ourselves apprehensive or ashamed, remind us of your love that allows us to approach you just as we are, with all our faults and foibles. Your perfect love casts out all reason to fear you. Make us perfect in your love. At the same time, let us not confuse your favor as blanket approval for anything we may be inclined to say or do. As righteous as we may think we are, may we hold on to a healthy fear of the standard of holiness by which you measure us. In this fear, may we find wisdom, a wisdom that acknowledges our utter dependence on your grace and guidance in the time you have given us, and our responsibility for the authority you have entrusted to us. Grant us then the knowledge that leads to insight, that the effectiveness of this day will be multiplied by your counsel, and the work we set out to do would reveal your merciful hand in our lives. In the boldness you grant us to call on your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Chair, I ask the Speaker for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a meaningful milestone in my hometown of Salina, Kansas, the 25th anniversary of the Salina Pregnancy Service Center. For 25 years, this organization has served women, families, and unborn children across our community with compassion, conviction, and care. As someone who is pro-life and who believes that life begins at conception, I'm grateful for organizations like PSC that put those beliefs into action every day. The Salina Pregnancy Service Center provides life-affirming medical care, education, and counseling. They walk alongside mothers with compassion, offering real support that meets both physical and emotional needs. Just as important, they offer hope and guidance rooted in faith, reminding every person who walks through their doors that they are not alone. Their mission is clear. They offer the love of Christ to those facing a pregnancy decision while helping promote decisions that strengthen Kansas families. Congratulations on 25 years of service. I look forward to seeing your continued impact in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the work being done by premier athletes and the We Love Sports Foundation, led by New Rochelle native Lawrence Posey. Lawrence is a former athlete and passionate community leader who understands the impact when you gather communities around the love of sports. I have fond memories from my childhood of playing baseball and football with the other kids in the block after the street lights came on and before my parents called me in the house. These moments taught me valuable lessons of teamwork, time management, and responsibility. And today, these kids play games on the same streets and on the fields as I once did, learning the same valuable lessons. I commend Lawrence and We Love Sports and Premier Athletes for making it possible for every child to have the opportunity to succeed and have fun, and as kids should, on and off the field. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman, without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Steely Lumber Company, a local Texas sawmill which is celebrating their 130th anniversary next month. Across 6,000 acres in Walker County, Kelvin Steely and his family didn't just build a business, they built a legacy. Every inch of it is rooted in hard work, producing 100% southern pines used for decking, housing, and construction. With the help of their 125 amazing employees, Steely Lumber now makes 6 times more lumber than they did in the 1990s. Steely Lumber also prides itself on creating a long-term benefit from the land for profitability, wildlife, and conservation. These efforts have allowed them to grow not only in lumber production, but also in related businesses that reduce waste. Mr. Speaker, for 130 years, Steely Lumber Company has made our community proud. Through generations of grit, integrity, and hard work, they've set the standard for what it means to build something that lasts. On behalf of the 8th Congressional District, I congratulate them on their legacy and success, and I thank them for all they have done for our fellow Texans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life and memory of an incredible young man in western Pennsylvania, Arjun Kapoor, who sadly passed away at the young age of 17. Arjun was passionate about his love of country and wanted to make our country better. He had a lot of ideas about how to do that, and he acted on those. He was an intern with my team and was part of Congressman Jamie Raskin's Democracy Summer program. In just 17 years, he did a lot. He attended Sewickley Academy and competed in mock trial, Model UN, and EU, and he founded the Sewickley Law Review. He worked hard, and he was an avid archer. He rode horses, he played guitar, he painted, and he traveled the world with his family. He planned to attend George Washington University this fall on a presidential scholarship, no doubt well-earned. Arjun's life was cut far too short, and yet still he made a lasting impact on so many, including me. He'll be dearly missed by his family, his parents, Bobby and Jane, his brother Dylan, and so many others in western Pennsylvania and beyond. And Arjun would want all of us to keep up the fight to make this country of ours the shining city on the hill that he dreamed it could be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Tom Moe, a distinguished University of Minnesota student athlete, administrator, and community leader whose contributions left a lasting impact on generations of Minnesotans. Tom Moe is a standout multi-sport athlete for the U, excelling in both football and baseball. Following his time as a student athlete, Mr. Moe built a successful career in law and business, becoming a managing partner at Dorsey & Whitney, where he helped grow the firm into one of the largest in the nation. He later returned to the U to serve as director of the men's athletic department, where he emphasized academic excellence and helped guide the successful merger of the men's and women's programs. His lifelong dedication to the U extended through his family, with his children and grandchildren continuing his legacy as student athletes. Throughout his life, Tom Moe exemplified leadership, integrity, and a deep commitment to his community. He will be remembered both for his accomplishments and for the lasting impact he made on the University of Minnesota and the many lives he touched. On behalf of the people of Minnesota, I extend my deepest condolences to the Moe family and express our gratitude for Tom Moe's extraordinary life and legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1189 and adoption of the House Resolution 1189 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1189, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 72, House Resolution 1189, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4690 to amend the Energy Conservation and Production Act to repeal certain federal building energy efficiency performance standards and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1182, expressing support for rural communities across the United States as stewards of the environment, major suppliers of United States energy resources, critical providers of food production and manufacturing capacity, and drivers of national economic stability, and recognizing the work of the House of Representatives in the 119th Congress in support of those vital communities, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1897 to amend the Endangered Species Act of 1973 to optimize conservation through resource prioritization, incentivize wildlife conservation on private lands, provide for greater incentives to recover listed species, create greater transparency and accountability in recovering listed species, streamline the permitting process, eliminate barriers to conservation, and restore congressional intent, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5587 to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to waive the requirements for a federal drilling permit for certain activities, to exempt certain activities from the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and for other purposes.
The question is ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 180, the nays are 179. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have risen, and the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211 and the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the passing of the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. David Scott, the whole number of the House is 430. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1189, I call up House Resolution 1182 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1182, resolution expressing support for rural communities across the United States as stewards of the environment, major suppliers of United States energy resources, critical providers of food production and manufacturing capacity, and drivers of national economic stability, and recognizing the work of the House of Representatives in the 119th Congress in support of those vital communities.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1189, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 1182.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I didn't hear until you just announced that David Scott had passed, and what a wonderful man from the great state of Georgia. The resolution is from a new friend from Georgia. David was always, either he was married to Hank Aaron's sister, or Hank Aaron was married to his sister. I can't remember, but he and Hank Aaron were brother-in-laws. And I told him one time that my son loved collecting baseballs, and of course, one of the most valuable ones you could ever have is Hank Aaron's, and he brought one to me one day. And so I didn't know him that well, but he was one of those kind of guys, you mentioned something like that to you, he would remember it and make sure he took care of you. And he's a gentleman, and he'll be missed. But also, while I have the floor, and I'll get into my remarks, David McKinley, who was a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a very valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, very serious. He was an engineer. He acted like an engineer, and he was a great engineer, but a great person with a great heart, and he passed away last week. I think his services are this coming Monday, and I think that it's, we get to serve with some really wonderful people, and none more than David McKinley. And to the level that I knew Mr. Scott, he was a wonderful man too. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for that indulgence. So good. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss a resolution demonstrating the work House of Republicans continue to do to improve all the lives of the American people, especially those who live in rural parts of our great nation. We're here to discuss H. Resolution 1182 to cut through the noise that Democrats continue to make in opposition to President and to congressional Republicans. It seems that no matter how reasonable or even how bipartisan a policy has been in the past, Democrats choose partisan politics over the American people. Take, for example, our work in Congress along with the administration to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in government health programs. Energy and Commerce Republicans have prioritized restoring program integrity in our government health programs throughout this entire Congress, starting with H.R. 1, by ensuring critical safety net programs can continue to serve their intended purpose of protecting our most vulnerable Americans, to now launching a nationwide investigation into Medicaid programs across the country. It is disheartening that Democrats refuse to come to the table to safeguard pregnant women, their children, low-income seniors, and individuals with disabilities. Republicans will continue advancing policies that protect important federal programs. But we are here today primarily to highlight the many ways in which House Republicans are unleashing growth in the economy following years of heavy-handed government intervention under the Biden-Harris administration. We are creating the right environment for individual Americans to set their own course and to achieve their own dreams. For example, we've enacted legislation to at least domestic energy production, such as reversing Department of Energy's restrictions on LNG exports and requiring the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission approval of grid planning policies to preserve reliability to keep the lights on for American families and businesses. We have worked to ensure that rural manufacturers are not unfairly penalized for emissions they did not create, and we passed common sense reforms to the Clean Air Act, permitting relief for broadband deployment. House Republicans have worked to enhance health care quality and access through the working family tax cuts and lower health premiums for all. We bolstered health resources for rural communities through the Rural Health Fund, Rural Health Transformation Program, and the most significant investment of its kind in history. We also enacted the Support Act and Halt Fentanyl Act, which provide crucial resources to rural communities devastated by the opioid crisis. House Republicans have worked hard and continue to work hard this Congress to accelerate economic growth and opportunity for the American people. Thank you, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to also express my sympathy to the family of David Scott. David was someone that I talked to a lot, who I considered a friend, was always supportive of me, and in his position as the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, was always looking out for farm interests for not only farmers in his district, but around the country. And he worked, of course, on the Farm Bill so many times over the years. And there were even times when I was working with him on some agriculture issues, because although I don't have farms, or I don't have many farms, we have Rutgers in the Cooperative Extension Service in my district, and there were many issues that came before the committee that I worked with him on. So I will definitely miss him, and sorry about his passing. But Madam Speaker, I wanted to talk about this bill today because I think that it's very unfortunate that this resolution is coming to the floor. Prices are soaring for the American people. Trump's reckless war of choice continues in Iran, and Republicans are spending valuable time here on the House floor bringing up an undeserved resolution to essentially pat themselves on the back and to pretend that they have supported rural communities when in fact they have not. Trump and Republicans promised they would lower costs on day one, but Americans are over $5,000 poorer today because of their policies. That's per person. And yet, rather than doing something to actually address the affordability crisis, they're making it worse. House Republicans are bringing up a resolution that does nothing. It's just commemorative. It's not going to make life better for one American living in rural America. Instead, it's a pathetic attempt, in my opinion, for Republicans to show that they care about rural America when their actions show the exact opposite. So thanks to Trump's reckless war in Iran, diesel prices are now over $5 per gallon, drastically increasing costs for farmers across the country. The war has also caused fertilizer prices to skyrocket, leaving 70% of American farmers unable to pay for all their fertilizer needs. Republicans promised to bring a bill to the floor that would allow a higher blend of ethanol in gasoline, known as E15, to be sold year-round, but they haven't. Year-round E15 would greatly benefit corn farmers in rural America while also saving drivers money. But Republicans have also done nothing to address the massive amount of energy being consumed by data centers that are rapidly expanding in rural areas, driving up energy costs. So turning to health, Republicans have created a health care affordability crisis that is disproportionately impacting rural Americans. Republicans' big ugly bill cut Americans' health care by more than $1 trillion, the largest cut in our nation's history, which will result in 15 million people losing their health coverage. But these deep cuts are hurting rural Americans the most. Rural clinics are already being forced to close their doors. Hospitals in rural communities are shutting down maternity care units and laying off healthcare workers. Another 300 rural hospitals are likely to shutter, closing down altogether or reducing services. And this is driving massive increases in uncompensated care. The big ugly bill made unprecedented cuts to federal Medicaid spending. This will have a disproportionate impact on children and disabled people in rural areas who are more likely to rely on Medicaid. Republicans will claim that a temporary $50 billion slush fund, representing just 5% of the $1 trillion cut to health care, will somehow overcome the long-term suffering of rural providers in communities that rely heavily on Medicaid. But this is false. The slush fund is temporary, while the cuts are permanent, and it can be used for an array of purposes other than payments to struggle rural health providers. The $1 trillion in health care cuts will compound over time, devastating the health care safety net in rural communities far into the future. Republicans have also refused to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits, driving up health care premiums for rural Americans. Rural residents' premiums are increasing by an astonishing 107%, and rural Americans are facing thousands of dollars in additional out-of-pocket costs. As rural Americans lose their health care coverage and watch the doctors' offices and hospitals shut down critical services, congressional Republicans are doing absolutely nothing to fix the problem that they created. And despite the false words in this resolution, House Republicans have done nothing meaningful to expand internet access for rural America. In the last 15 months, Republicans rescinded billions of dollars from public broadcasting stations that serve rural areas with programming and emergency alerts. We've withheld broadband investment from rural and tribal communities. They sabotaged the BEAD program with inferior broadband technologies to save money, and so supposedly to save money, it doesn't really. And they topped it all off with the fact that House Republicans cheered as the Trump administration tore Wi-Fi out of rural school buses, and it's clear that rural Americans are not being served by Republicans. They're frankly being ripped off. So this resolution also pats Republicans on the back for supposedly bolstering manufacturing capacity in rural communities. But the reality is that Republican policies are harming the manufacturing sector. Manufacturers are reeling from the uncertainty of Trump's chaotic tariff strategy. These tariffs have raised costs for manufacturers and could reduce manufacturing investments in the U.S. by $490 billion in the next 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, if Republicans really want to show rural Americans they cared about them, they would roll up their sleeves and actually put together bills, not meaningless commemorative resolutions, that would actually make a difference. But this Republican majority is simply not capable of that. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will now yield as much time as he may consume to the newest member of the Republican Conference. I think it was the newest member of the House for just a couple of days, but becoming a good friend, someone I'm getting to know better, Mr. Fuller from Georgia. I yield him as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie. First off, to my Democratic colleagues, I just want to express my condolences for the passing of Representative David Scott. He was a great man and an example of what a statesman should be in this body. And I'm sending my condolences to his family, your party, and the Georgia delegation as well. I rise and I want to explain this resolution to not only this body, but my Democrat colleagues. In 2013, when I was 31 years old, and I was stationed here at Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., I was diagnosed with cancer. I went through a 13-hour surgery and 2 weeks in the ICU room. I'm a kid that grew up in Appalachia, and I made a prayer to God with my wife, Kate, that if God gave me more time to be on this planet, I was going to leave active duty, return home to the Appalachian communities that I grew up in, and fight for them each and every day. That was a promise that I made in 2013. And sir, this resolution is a fulfillment of that promise that I made in an ICU room so many years ago, because I've dedicated my career to fighting for these communities. Now, I've heard from our Democrat colleagues and in the previous statement that they kind of joked about this resolution. But I stand before you because I want to celebrate these communities, because the Democrat Party, who was founded by Thomas Jefferson, now has forgotten this part of America. And what we have seen under President Trump's leadership and Speaker Johnson's leadership is that this forgotten America, rural America, Appalachian America, is forgotten no more with this leadership. And that's exactly what this resolution does, to celebrate those communities that have been long forgotten by your party. So I rise today to celebrate everything that the Republican leadership has done in this body, to lift up those communities that have been long forgotten. And I want to make sure that those communities that sent me here to represent them, that was the promise that I made to Georgia 14, that's the promise that I made to Appalachia as a whole, and that's the promise that I made to rural communities, that I will be a warrior for them in this body. And anytime there's a chance for me to celebrate the positive work that we're doing in this body, and if there's a chance for me to celebrate those communities, I'm going to take that opportunity. And I appreciate Republican leadership for allowing me to bring forth this resolution basically in less than a week of me being here. And it is an incredible honor for me to hopefully pass legislation in this body celebrating those communities that your party has forgotten. So I rise today to fulfill not only a promise that I made so many years ago in an ICU room at Walter Reed to fight against rural poverty, to fight for Appalachian communities and rural communities. But I also want to raise awareness on the great work that the Republican leadership here has done under Speaker Johnson's leadership and President Trump's leadership. One of the main things that I want to highlight, President Trump using those tariffs that were just mentioned, is making sure that he's bringing manufacturing back to communities that have been hollowed out by 30 to 40 years of policies that have been put in place by the Democrats. Finally, good manufacturing jobs are coming back to districts just like mine. So this is a fulfillment that I've made to God in a hospital room, and I celebrate these communities. And rural and Appalachian communities need to know that they will always have a warrior in Clay Fuller here in this body. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now 7 minutes to Dr. Ruiz, who is from California and a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to represent and speak up for the people in California's 25th Congressional District, home to farm workers, laborers, and families in the Coachella, Imperial, and San Jacinto valleys who wake up each morning breathing some of the most polluted air in the United States. Communities where childhood asthma rates range from 20 to 35%. We have the highest asthma hospitalization rate in the whole state of California. Communities where particulate matter concentrations regularly reach 10 times the federal limit. Communities where Medicaid is not a talking point, it is what stands between a sick child and the treatment that they need. Today, we are voting on HRES 1182. And I want to be direct with my colleagues about what this resolution actually is, because the title alone does not tell the story. This resolution is titled, quote, "Expressing Support for Rural Communities." But when you read the actual text, when you look at the specific provision it celebrates, you find something very, very different, very heartbreaking. You see, this resolution is a political message. That's all it is. A self-congratulatory shield built to cover up the harm Republicans have created in rural America. Let me go through what this resolution actually says. The resolution celebrates, and I quote, legislation to reform processes under the Clean Air Act for establishing and implementing air quality standards, unquote, so that, quote, rural areas that experience wildfires or foreign sources of pollution are not disadvantaged, unquote. What they are actually celebrating is weakening the national ambient air quality standards, the science-based thresholds that determine how much pollution is safe to breathe. The Fences Act, which Republicans passed just last week, and this resolution applauds, would strip EPA of its authority to sanction states that fail to reduce air pollution and hand a free pass to the worst polluters with no accountability, no incentive to clean up, and no recourse for rural communities living downwind. In my district, which is also rural America, dust from unpaved roads, farms, off-road vehicles, the expanding exposed lake bed of the Salton Sea, diesel emissions, ozone, agricultural smoke, and contaminants like hydrogen sulfide combine into a toxic mix that threatens the health of more than 500,000 people living in rural America. And this resolution wants us to applaud, making it easier for that to get worse. The resolution celebrates legislation to, quote, provide rural Americans with choice in the vehicles they purchase and drive by eliminating costly and impracticable electric vehicle mandates, unquote. What they are celebrating is the termination of the clean vehicle tax credit, the $7,500 credit that made electric vehicles accessible to working families. Families in my district where temperatures routinely exceed 110 degrees are now priced out of cleaner vehicles, locked into higher fuel costs and breathing dirtier tailpipe emissions. That is not choice, that is a trap. The resolution celebrates legislation to, quote, remove restrictions on exporting U.S. liquefied natural gas, which will increase economic and employment opportunities for rural communities, unquote. What they are celebrating is prioritizing LNG exports over the energy costs and needs of the American families they claim to support in rural America. Because when we export more gas, there's less domestically. When there's less domestically, domestic prices rise, making it more expensive for rural America. Rural families pay more to heat and cool their homes. This is not energy independence. This is energy exportation at the public's, rural America's expense. The resolution celebrates legislation to, quote, reduce the costs of home and commercial appliances by rolling back burdensome Biden-Harris regulations, unquote. What they're actually celebrating is rolling back energy efficiency standards, meaning families will pay more on their utility bills month after month, year after year, as if costs aren't up in rural America already. In a desert region back home where air conditioning is not a luxury but a survival necessity, that is a direct hit to household budgets that are already stretched. And through the one big beautiful bill, better known as the big ugly law, the centerpiece of everything this resolution is celebrating, Republicans cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid and $120 billion from SNAP, the most in history, and this will disproportionately hurt rural Americans. That bill put over 300 rural hospitals at risk to close. Will leave 15 million people uninsured, many of them in rural America. Raised average household energy bills by up to $102 annually, and even in California, $670. Gutted the National Environmental Policy Act's community review process so that local rural community members' voices are shut down. Phased out clean energy tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, raising energy costs for families in rural America. Added an estimated $3 trillion to the national debt, accelerated the projected insolvency of Social Security and Medicare by 1 year. Mr. Speaker, I'm a physician. I have taken care of patients in my district. I know what it means when a family cannot get to a hospital because the closest one has closed. I know what it means when a child's asthma goes untreated because their family lost Medicaid. I know what it means when a farm worker spends the day in the field breathing air that exceeds federal safety limits and then goes home to a house.
I yield the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, an additional 2 minutes.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, and then goes home to a house where they cannot afford the utility bill because their appliances are less efficient and their gas costs more and their child suffers from asthma. You see, this resolution does not reopen a single closed rural hospital. It does not put food on a single rural kitchen table. It does not clean the air a child breathes in rural America. It does not restore the Medicaid coverage it took from millions of Americans. It does not undo the harm of nearly $1 trillion in cuts to programs that rural families, the very people this resolution so-called claims to champion, depend on to survive. What this resolution does is ask this chamber to applaud the way things are going to hurt rural America. to put a bow on it, to call it support. Mr. Speaker, this is not support. This is a cover-up. And for the families I represent who are already carrying more than their fair share of pollution, poverty, and neglect, this resolution is an insult dressed up as a tribute. If my colleagues truly support rural communities, they will repeal those cuts. If they truly support clean air, they will stop celebrating legislation that weakens the standards that protect it. If they truly support working families, they will stop handing corporations exemptions while families pay the price. Vote no on this do-nothing messaging bill, HRes 1182. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-2132, an act to amend Title 18, United States Code, to prevent and mitigate the potential for conflicts of interest following government service and for other purposes in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trying to answer everything that was just brought up. It would be difficult to do because I'm trying to figure out exactly how to attack things that just weren't really accurate. But I would say, one, I guess it would be accurate that we want to give people choices in choosing their appliance. Would they rather pay hundreds of dollars more today and save over 46 years, I think is one of the estimates that would pay for, let's say, lower their bills. So somebody could say, well, I want to pay a few $100s more today and save pennies every month over the next 46 years I get my payback. I think Americans should be able to make that choice. The other is in Medicaid, it affects you if you're illegal, if you're ineligible, and if you're able to work. And it's one that there are states that cover people that are not here legal presence. The other one is we want to require that you check the rolls more than once a year and verify when people come on the rolls of Medicaid. It seems like we passed the bill now that we found the Medicaid at least. We're looking at a dozen states already, but just what we found in Minneapolis alone. So, Mr. Speaker, it is... We stand behind this bill. We did these great things for rural communities. The other is the Rural Transformation Fund. That money goes directly to rural hospitals. And so it does make a difference. I can read quotes from different people from different states saying how it's going to, and blue states is how it's going to transform their rural health system. But I'm prepared to close, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have additional speaker, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 7 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just take a moment, as our colleagues did across the aisle, to recognize Ranking Member David Scott and his family from Georgia. It is a sad day. And certainly, Ranking Member Scott has proudly served this institution for a great many years, and particularly on the Agriculture Committee, which has helped so many Americans. And so I want to take a moment to just thank him, his family, and his community for his service to our great nation. Now, Mr. Speaker, for me, his passing also brings to light the fundamental hypocrisy that I see embedded in this resolution today. Now, I was actually quite shocked, disgusted, angry when I read this resolution because I am a daughter of rural America. I was born and raised in rural New Mexico, born in Farmington, New Mexico. I am the daughter of a machine operator who was one of the first women heavy equipment operators who built a coal-fired power plant in rural America, which your resolution is celebrating. I grew up working with my hands, digging trenches and bussing tables in rural communities in New Mexico. And so to read a resolution that is filled with celebrations, rebrands, in an attempt to try to repackage a bunch of corporate giveaways and tax breaks for billionaires as some sort of celebratory resolution for rural America and the hardworking people who get up every day, work their jobs, and can barely make ends meet is not only a joke, it's an insult to hardworking Americans in every community across this country. So let me just say this. Even though this resolution is trying to rebrand your big ugly bill and give it a new name, even though this resolution is trying to self-congratulate you on a bunch of corporate giveaways like gutting environmental programs and public consumer safety programs so that corporations can save and make more money on the backs of the American people, let me just say this. You don't have a branding problem, you have a policy problem. Because the policies that you are putting forward don't actually help working people in America. And so any attempt here today to try to package it in a different way for the American people is basically just that. An exercise to try to make what you have already shoved down the American people's throats somehow seem more appealing. Now, I want to just say how completely out of touch with rural America this resolution is. It celebrates rebranding a bill that cut health care for millions of Americans. It is attempting to celebrate a bill that took food out of the mouths of millions of American children. It is literally celebrating legislation to put oil and gas pipelines and LNG terminals in rural America. It is celebrating gutting clean air protections and repackaging that as a gift to rural America. You're welcome. You can't breathe clean air anymore, according to our colleagues across the aisle. That is what is actually in this resolution, a list of the litany of bills that our colleagues across the aisle have spent the last several months passing, including their utility bills. Shower heads. Y'all spent precious floor time for an entire week to pass high-pressure shower heads for rich people's bathrooms. Congratulations. You have the majority in the House, the Senate, and the White House, and this is what you're celebrating? It is so out of touch with real people who are struggling to put food on the table and a roof over their head, real farmers who are facing diesel prices right now and a lack of access to fertilizer that they are wondering how they are going to plant their fields and how they're going to break even and pay back their bank loans at the end of this season. Congratulations, your president did that by going to war in an unauthorized war in the Middle East. You don't have a branding problem, you have a policy problem. You all have used your time in the majority to pass legislation that gives permanent tax breaks to the richest Americans, and our lowest earning Americans actually saw a tax increase. And you're coming to the floor trying to celebrate this legislation and rebrand what you passed previously? It's outrageous. So let me tell you the things that we're doing for rural America in my district. We're passing earmarks to build fire stations with emergency services. We're building hospitals. We're building behavioral health clinics to help people with the opium crisis, the opioid crisis. We're building rural housing. We're building water pipelines. We passed the first free childcare policy in the country and are using federal resources to build daycares and elementary schools across New Mexico. We're investing in tribal communities, and we are delivering millions of dollars to our communities every single day. Because that is what rural Americans are asking for. They are not asking you to pat yourselves on the back for giving tax breaks to Wall Street billionaires. So I'm happy to give you a round of applause if you would like that. But I am not voting for this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey,
Reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
I'll close, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is
myself such time as
recognized.
As I may consume, I have to say I'm very proud of the two speakers that preceded me on the Democratic side, because they do represent rural districts, and I think they do understand why this commemorative pat on the back that we're voting on today is really not deserved and simply not accurate. You know, I said at the Rules Committee that my mother used to use a phrase that said that self-praise stinks. And frankly, regardless of what's in the resolution, the idea of bringing a resolution to the floor which has no impact whatsoever but just says how wonderful we are, I think is kind of absurd in itself. The very idea that we should waste time on the floor on what I would call commemorative resolutions that have no substantive impact whatsoever, but just say how wonderful we are, whether you're saying the Republicans are wonderful or the Democrats are wonderful or all of us are wonderful, makes absolutely no sense to me, because it's just self-praise, and frankly, that does stink. But that's all this is. There's nothing in here that's going to make a difference either way. It's just an effort by the Republicans to say we've done all these wonderful things for rural America, when in fact they haven't. And if they really wanted to do something, they wouldn't bring commemorative resolutions to the floor. They would actually try to pass some legislation that actually addresses the concerns right now of Americans living in rural America. So for all those reasons, I would urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The representative from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time. The representative from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Amendment Resolution 1182, and I yield back.
The representative yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1189, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays, a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the representative from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1189, I call up H.R. 4690 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 413, H.R. 4690, a bill to amend the Energy Conservation and Production Act to repeal certain federal building energy efficiency performance standards and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1189, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The representative from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the representative from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the representative from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4690.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4690, the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. Today's debate serves as a reminder that policy decisions carry long, lasting implications. We're here today to reverse current law, which requires the federal government to phase out fossil fuels in new and renovated buildings by 2030. This one-size-fits-all electrification mandate for new and renovated federal buildings jeopardizes the reliability and security of our nation's critical federal infrastructure. Winter Storm Fern's impact across the U.S. in January made it clear Reliable and affordable fossil fuels provide consistent power. Wind and solar do not. While coal and natural gas significantly increase their output to meet demand during the Winter Storm Fern, in New England, burning trash produced more electricity than wind and solar combined. The federal government and the United States military require uninterrupted, reliable electricity. Anything less compromises our national security. And this issue is timelier than ever. While the deadlines in Section 433 to wind down the use of fossil fuels have not been enforced thus far, future administrations could weaponize the law to favor special interests who stand to gain billions in taxpayer funds to retrofit federal infrastructure. The legislation before us today to repeal Section 433 brings federal building policy back to reality, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 4690, the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. And I'll reserve my time.
The representative from Kentucky reserves. The representative from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there is a lot going on in America today. President Trump is waging a reckless war in Iran, and prices are soaring for the American people. Thanks to Republican policies, drivers are paying about 35% more for gas than they were when the war started, and diesel prices are up 47%. Residential natural gas prices have increased by 13% since Trump took office, and inflation tripled last month. With everything that's going on, House Republicans should be focusing their efforts on helping Americans with the affordability crisis. Rising energy costs impact all aspects of life, keeping a house cool, driving to work, the price of groceries, and Americans need help. Trump and Republicans promised they would lower costs on day one, but Americans are over $5,000 poorer today, per person, that is, because of their actions, because of Trump's actions. But rather than pursuing policies that help everyday Americans and provide them with much-needed relief, Republicans are focusing their efforts on saving the oil and gas industry once again. So this bill, H.R. 4690, the so-called Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act, repeals the phase-out of fossil fuel for on-site generation at new and renovated federal buildings. The phase-outs were a bipartisan effort signed into law in 2007 by then-President George W. Bush. And what was bipartisan in 2007, I would say, is now viewed as extreme by today's Republicans. At a time when energy prices are soaring, Republicans are focused on ensuring that taxpayer dollars continue to go to their fossil fuel friends. The phase-out repealed by this bill are projected to save about $3 million per year for federal buildings constructed beginning in 2025. And these savings will be lost if this bill becomes law, wasting taxpayer dollars to the benefit of Republicans' fossil fuel friends. The federal government is the largest consumer of energy in the nation. With this type of purchasing power, we have the ability to support emerging and efficient American technologies that drive down energy consumption. The federal government should be a leader in this space, but instead, Republicans want to ensure that we're stuck in the past. We've already come to the House floor 8 times during this Republican Congress to repeal energy efficiency and electrification measures that are saving American families money on their power bills. And with this bill, it will now be 9 bills wasting taxpayer money. Republicans have repeatedly prioritized their anti-clean energy and anti-efficiency agenda at the expense of Americans over and over again. Their policies are driving up energy costs on the American people, but they simply don't care. They're wasting time on the House floor, ignoring real problems, and continuing to reward their big oil and gas friends. At a time when everyone is feeling the squeeze of rising energy prices, it's just crazy to pretend that this bill actually helps anyone other than big oil and gas. And so I urge my colleagues to vote against the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The representative reserves the balance of his time. The representative from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, a valuable member of the Energy Commerce Committee, Mr. Langworthy from New York.
The representative from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 4690, the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act, a common-sense measure that pushes back on the failed Green New Deal and puts reliability, affordability, and common sense back in the driver's seat. My bill repeals Section 433 of the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007, which would eliminate the use of on-site fossil fuel-generated electricity for federal buildings by 2030. Without repeal, Section 433 would put the United States on a dangerous path of dependence on intermittent energy resources like wind and solar, supported by battery storage and dependent on supply chains for critical minerals that often run through China. Under past Democratic administrations, Washington has aligned itself with the most extreme elements of the environmental movement, advancing impractical regulations that hurt hardworking Americans and sidelining the reliable, affordable systems that they depend on every single day. Mr. Speaker, we've all seen where this leads. My home state of New York has embraced this same approach, pursuing policies that target reliable fuels and infrastructure that supports them. The result, higher costs, tighter energy supply, and real concerns about whether the system can hold up when the demand is at the absolute highest. It's exactly what we can't afford to replicate on the federal level. Think about the facilities impacted by these zero-emissions building policies under Section 433. VA hospitals, where our veterans receive life-saving care, our military installations that underpin our national defense, research labs, and emergency operations centers. In Western New York, home of the Bath and the Buffalo VA facilities, winters are very unforgiving. We cannot afford policies that risk leaving our veterans who serve this country sitting in cold buildings because Washington decided that ideology matters more than reliability. These facilities cannot afford hope for the best. They need systems that work 24/7, in any condition, at any time. Yet instead of prioritizing that reliability, Democrats continue down a path that asks taxpayers to pay more for less, pushing policies that check political boxes but fail to deliver in the real world. The Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act, it ends that. It restores common sense. It puts decisions back in the hands of real professionals, and it ensures that federal buildings are powered by what works, not what's politically fashionable for the moment. Mr. Speaker, reliability matters. Affordability matters. Common sense matters. This bill restores all three. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4690, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The representative from Kentucky reserves. The representative from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
The representative from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the illustrious gentleman from New Jersey for yielding some time today. I rise in opposition to H.R. 4690, the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. While Americans across the nation are struggling to pay for gas, groceries, housing, and health care, my colleagues across the aisle believe the most pressing matter for the American people is phasing out clean energy standards for new and renovated federal buildings. These standards, which were passed with overwhelming bipartisan support during the Bush administration, are not what is creating the affordability crisis. In fact, in 2024, the Energy Department determined that Section 433 of the Energy Independence and Security Act, the very section of this bill would eliminate, reduces infrastructure costs and saves taxpayer dollars. My colleagues across the aisle don't care about energy efficiency standards, and they don't care about my constituents who are currently paying $4 a gallon for gas as we speak. And I'm from Ohio, not California. Because if they actually did care about my constituents or the American public, they would shift their focus towards the real reason that costs are going up: Trump's tariffs and Trump's war in Iran. Since the Strait of Hormuz closed, gas prices for Americans are up more than 30%. Democrats in Congress have tried to conduct oversight on this war, but Republicans have blocked us every step of the way. Now is not the time to burden taxpayers, including increasing death and injury to our brave servicemen and women, and burdening our taxpayers with higher infrastructure costs because of Trump's war. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Secretary publishes a certification that the war in Iran has not increased energy and gas prices in the United States. Although, even if he were to do that, it would show us that the war in Iran is increasing gas prices in the United States, so I'm pretty confident that you would not have accepted it either way. Nonetheless, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to commit, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Representative from Ohio yields back. Does the representative from New Jersey reserve? Representative from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Texas, a valued member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Goldman.
Representative from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first express my condolences to the Scott family on the passing of our colleague, Congressman David Scott. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act led by my colleague, Representative Langworthy. Nearly 20 years ago, Congress passed the Energy Independence and Security Act, which required federal facilities to phase out fossil fuels with the goal of eliminating all on-site fossil fuel-generated energy by 2030. Over the years, those requirements were nowhere close to being met. Ignoring these mandates, the Biden administration expanded the scope of this law and doubled down on the 2030 deadline to remove all natural gas from federal facilities. That deadline is now just 4 years away. Any attempt to meet these ridiculous requirements will lead to serious consequences. The federal facilities subject to these green energy mandates are fundamental to our energy safety, security, and our economy. Military bases, hospitals, computing centers, national laboratories, and courthouses are among the critical facilities that would be put at risk of unreliable power. A report from the Department of Energy acknowledges that a full transition to green energy sources would be extraordinarily expensive and unworkable. The Government Accountability Office has also warned that imposing these mandates on military intelligence centers could not only threaten reliable power, but also compromise our national security. These extreme green energy mandates would be costly, impractical, and dangerous. Without the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act to repeal them, we are looking at higher energy costs passed on to taxpayers, unreliable power for critical systems, and a serious threat to military readiness. But don't just take my word for it. Energy companies from my home state of Texas have provided valuable insight and testimony into how unreliable energy would harm our federal facilities. One gas and natural gas utility operating in my congressional district supports the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. They understand that natural gas is essential to providing reliable and resilient power to our most critical infrastructure. Additionally, the American Gas Association, which represents many incredible Texas-based energy companies, also supports this legislation. The association has made clear that natural gas remains the most dependable energy resource available. Especially during emergencies and power outages, reliable natural gas is critical to keep federal facilities online. Removing that dependable energy source is short-sighted and puts these facilities at unnecessary risk. When our national security is on the line, we cannot simply hope that the wind blows and the sun shines. We need reliable, secure, and affordable energy for our most critical facilities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative from Texas yields back.
I reserve.
The representative from Kentucky reserves. The representative from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just yield myself such time as I may consist, and I'll be brief. You know, the gentleman from Texas knows that I respect him a great deal, but when you mentioned the American Gas Association, I couldn't help but, say that, look, the list of the organizations that endorsed this bill put out a press release announcing their support back in July is like a who's who of the oil and gas industry. The American Gas Association, the gentleman mentioned, the American Public Gas Association, Independent Petroleum Association of America, American Petroleum Institute of America, the National Gas Supply Association. The list goes on, and it's no surprise all these organizations stand to benefit from the bill because it's just a giveaway to the fossil fuel industry. So Republicans like to pretend that these bills are in the best interests of everyday Americans, but if you look at this list that endorsed this bill, it's just the opposite. It's the oil and gas industry. That's who they're helping out with this legislation. And with that, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida.
Representative from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 4690. Boy, this is a dirty and costly bill for Republicans to bring to the floor of the House on Earth Day. And it would be funny if the cost of living was not so soul-crushingly expensive for families and small business owners back home. The policies of the Trump administration and this GOP Congress are really squeezing the folks we represent. And the special interests have way too much power. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bringing a bill that keeps federal buildings hooked up to expensive fossil fuels rather than help taxpayers save money, help lower electric bills, help cut pollution. Because let's face it, because of your policies, my Republican friends and the Trump administration, electric bills are way up. On average, over 13%. Back home in my home state of Florida, the 3 largest investor-owned utilities have now gotten the largest rate increases in the history of the country. Trump's war in Iran now has sent energy shocks not just across America, including households, but it's rippling throughout the economy with huge price spikes. Energy inflation is up over 10%. It's the highest it's been in 20 years, Mr. Speaker. Gas prices jumped over 21% in March. Oh yeah, our folks back home, they understand that very well. That's the biggest increase since records began in 1967. Americans are grappling with these wildly higher gas and diesel prices, and diesel is very expensive because that's how consumer goods are transported across the country, with trucks running on diesel fuel. Diesel is up 38% since the light, and what that will do is that will lead to higher costs for consumer goods. Consumer goods are already expensive because of Trump's arbitrary and illegal tariffs. And now many, after the Supreme Court ruled that those were illegal, big companies are able to apply for refunds now. And I haven't seen any bills here from the majority that would say, oh yes, those savings should go back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Boy, this bill comes at a terrible time. It's not just Earth Day, but I noticed last week that Republicans here in the House were celebrating the big ugly bill that not just yanked away health care from millions of hardworking Americans, but remember what else that bill did. It rolled back many of the clean energy incentives that were included in the Inflation Reduction Act that were helping to help consumers save on their energy costs. You eliminated tax credits for cleaner, cheaper energy like solar and wind and electric vehicles and home efficiency upgrades. You've also declared war on energy efficiency, and Ranking Member Pallone shined a light on this. Why do you keep catering to the big fossil fuel companies and stick it to hardworking Americans and make their lives more expensive and more difficult? Isn't life chaotic enough that you don't need representatives in Washington, D.C. making life more expensive? That's what this bill does. The chaos it's come way too fast and way too hard for people we represent back home. And if you want to keep energy prices low, why in the heck is the Secretary of the Department of Energy canceling illegally energy projects that would help lower the cost of living and lower electric bills? Since taking office, Secretary Wright has illegally killed over 350 new energy projects and threatened over 300 more with termination. Many of these projects were bringing new technologies online. They were strengthening our power grid against extreme weather and natural disasters. And if you haven't noticed, on this Earth Day, a large portion of the United States is in a drought, in a very serious drought. We're also experiencing the hottest year on record to date. And that's saying something because high temperatures continue to escalate. And it's not just the temperatures, it's the higher costs that all of this throws off. Yes, it's the air conditioning bills in Florida. It's all of the bills in these federal buildings that you now want to make more expensive, increase more pollution. It's agriculture.
The representative's time has expired.
Yield to the gentlewoman additional 2 minutes.
Thank you, because I just want to vent the frustration that hardworking Americans are feeling. And sometimes it takes more than 5 minutes. But the damage you are doing, the higher cost you're inflicting on people, starting wars of choice that are now rippling across the economy with pain and destruction and just this crushing affordability squeeze. Let me say on behalf of my neighbors, I want to claim mercy. Mercy! Enough of this. Stop doing the damage and making life so much more expensive. When is it going to stop? Do we have to? I don't want to have to wait till an election. You would think that the pain and frustration that you're hearing from your businesses and neighbors back home would be able to overcome the fossil fuel lobby in Washington, D.C. If you pass this bill, I guess you're going to demonstrate to folks, no, we're going to side with the powerful special interests, the folks that are banking millions of dollars. Here, this is one thing I wanted to include. You know who's making out like bandits right now? Oil and gas executives. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump's war in Iran is yielding a windfall for some of America's top oil executives, particularly CEOs. They've now pocketed over $1.4 billion over the past few months. The Chevron chief executive sold $104 million worth of shares. ConocoPhillips netted about $54.3 million in share sales in March alone. The CEO of an oil services company sold about $33 million worth of stock the same month. Do they need more handouts and giveaways while you stick it to hardworking Americans? I don't think so. People deserve better. They deserve better than what you're giving them, and it's an insult for you to bring this pro-polluter legislation to the floor on Earth Day at a time when people are just trying to scrape by. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, send it back where it belongs, into the garbage bin. I yield back.
Representative's time has expired. Does the representative from New Jersey reserve?
I have no further speakers, I have no further speakers.
Representative from Kentucky indicates no further speakers. Does the representative from New Jersey choose to close?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was in Congress in 2007 when the phase-outs targeted by this bill were signed into law. And as I already said, President Bush signed H.R. 4690 into law. And at that time, it was considered a good thing for the federal government to try to lead the way and lower its reliance on fossil fuels. The federal government is the largest consumer of energy in the country, and it makes sense to try to figure out how to lower our energy consumption. In 2007, it made sense to harness the purchasing power of the federal government and support emerging efficiency and electrification industries in the United States so that we could become competitive. And I don't think anything's changed. It still makes sense to try to lower our emissions. But as we've seen over and over these last few years, today's Republicans have no interest in America's leadership in the energy transition. They're perfectly comfortable watching China bypass us with clean energy development, and they're content to keep the federal government tied to the energy resources of the past, especially when it means their friends in the fossil fuels industry keep getting paid. And rather than recognizing the clean energy transition as an opportunity to lead the way and compete and overcome China, House Republicans are only interested in seeing us move backwards. So I urge my colleagues to see this bill for what it is. It's just a way to guarantee American taxpayers' money keeps flowing to the fossil fuel industry. And that makes absolutely no sense today, given what we see in terms of prices, in terms of what's happening with competition from China and other countries that are moving towards clean energy. So for all these reasons, I would urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative from New Jersey yields back. The representative from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I just want to point out that 2007, there was a vote in the House of Representatives to make sure that every federal building built by 2030 is going to only have green energy, not have any type of fossil fuel energy whatsoever. You know, in 2007, that was when they didn't realize we had the oil. They knew it was there to know how to get the oil and gas in the Permian Basin. They didn't know about the shale revolution. We have cheap energy. We have cheap energy. They keep disparaging the people that produce cheap energy. But let me tell you, Europe in 2007, the United States and the European Union had the same size economy. The same size economy. Europe went down the path of tripling their energy prices that comes from fossil fuels, which can't be made up by wind and solar. We saw what happened with the storm Fern when New England made more energy out of burning garbage than it did out of wind and solar. And someone told me, well, you can't just pick the worst day of the year and say that wind and solar hurt that. Well, the worst day of the year, the coldest day of the year is the day you need the most energy. So all we're saying is, having affordable, dispatchable, sustainable energy is important to America. Remember what I said 25 years ago, not quite 25 years ago, in 2007, Europe and the United States had the same economy. Same size. We're now twice as big. So you got to look at it from the inverse. What if we'd have made the same decisions they made? What if our economy today was half the size that it was? Could you imagine the American people, the affordability crisis it would be if we had followed those policies? Could you imagine the unemployment would be if we had half the economy we have today? And it's reasonable to make that assumption if we were the same size as Europe, we're twice as big as they are, if we hadn't have grown like we've grown over the last several years. And just the practicality of this, we know it can't be done by 2030, probably in 2007, 2030 is the year it can be done. It can't be done by 2030. I think 435 of us, or 435 of us here, would look at it and say, well, it can't be done. So it shouldn't be on the books. Why put laws on the books you can't comply with? That's what this is about. And I urge my colleagues to vote for 4690, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1189, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Energy Conservation and Production Act to repeal certain federal building energy efficiency performance standards and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the representative from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Sykes of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4690 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the representative from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Adoption of House Resolution 1182, the motion to recommit on H.R. 4690, passage of H.R. 4690 if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 6387, and passage of H.R. 6387 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1182, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1182, resolution expressing support for rural communities across the United States as stewards of the environment, major suppliers of United States energy resources, critical providers of food production and manufacturing capacity, and drivers of national economic stability, and recognizing the work of the House of Representatives in the 119th Congress in support of those vital communities.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Hey, Chip.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 196, with 2 voting present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, today our country lost a dedicated public servant, our state and the people of the 13th District of Georgia. We lost our friend and colleague, Congressman David Scott. David and I served side by side for decades, first in the Georgia General Assembly, later together in the House of Representatives here. We shared a friendship that was rooted in faith, family, and a deep commitment to the people we represent. I've known David and his family for many years. My wife, Vivian, and I joined countless Georgians in mourning his loss and in holding his loved ones close. As leader on the House Agriculture Committee, David's voice was both steady and compassionate. It was particularly poignant when in 2020, David became the first African-American chair of the House Agriculture Committee, a historic moment that reflected his years of principled leadership, and he used that platform to fight for the 1890 and land-grant institutions and disadvantaged farmers who too often have been left behind, working tirelessly to secure resources for the agricultural producers, rural communities, and nutrition programs that sustain our state and our nation. David's devotion to the larger agricultural community, from small family farms across Georgia to cooperative extension and HBCU researchers, was personal and persistent. He understood that the health of our farms, the dignity of our workers, and the nourishment of our people are bound together, and he labored each day to translate that understanding into results. To Alfreda, his children, grandchildren, and all who loved him, words cannot fully express our sorrow. We will honor David's memory by continuing the work that he loved, by standing with our farmers, defending nutrition programs, and fighting for opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my friend and colleague, Representative Austin Scott, for his remarks.
First, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Sanford Bishop. And I knew David over the course of 3 decades in the state legislature. We worked together on a lot of things, and he was just a good man, and he will be missed. And I know we talked about his devotion to agriculture, we talked about his devotion to Georgia, but I also want you to know he was devoted to Jesus Christ. And many times we parked in the same area and would walk to the airplane. In latter years, he would have a little help. I picked on him last time. I said, David, you're still telling that good-looking lady that you can't run, so she'll come get you every day and carry you to the airport. And we had a good laugh over that. But in his briefcase, no telling how long he'd been carrying that briefcase, at the top of that briefcase always was his Bible. And I remember sitting, and he was in 10D, and I was in 10E, and as soon as you sit down, you have a little conversation, and when the plane's about ready to take off, he would open that Bible and start reading it. And I can tell you, he read it day in and day out on that airplane. And I remember literally picking up some of the pages one day when they fell out, and how I wish we all had that devotion. A wonderful man. He will be missed by many, including me and my family, and I'd like to yield now back to my friend and colleague, Congressman Sanford Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleagues in the House to please rise for a moment of silence in memory of our colleague, David Scott.
President of the Chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable David Scott of Georgia. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion to recommit on H.R. 4690, offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Sykes, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 4690, offered by Mrs. Sykes of Ohio.
Question is on the motion to recommit. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 202. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6387 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6387, offered by Ms. Dexter of Oregon.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1206. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable David Scott, a representative from the state of Georgia. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, pursuant to House Resolution 1206, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable David Scott.